All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSCB 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krstić. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note that all the accused are present in the courtroom today. We will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04752. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
Your Honor, do you wish me to respond to the question that was asked yesterday about the workstation before the witness comes in?
All right. I thought you were going to submit something in writing, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, we
No,
can
go
submit
ahead.
in writing. Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity. As you know, in these proceedings, a significant number of documents have been tendered, which the prosecution say were found on a workstation, as they described it, at Mr. Krasnici's house. The word workstation was, I think, first used by the prosecution. To be clear about what we were talking about, we understand it was a CPU tower. By email on the 28th of June of this year, the prosecution confirmed that it was not connected to a monitor, it was not connected to a power supply. Indeed, we understand that it was not in working order, and it was being used as a support for a rail to hang clothes to dry at the time it was seized. Nonetheless, we've heard the assertion from the prosecution that documents were found on this workstation as evidence of authenticity and reliability for the purposes of Rule 1381. And at times the prosecution has seemed to go further and suggest inferences about Jakub Krasnici's authorship or that he had knowledge of these documents. Our position in amplification of the objections that we made first in filing 1387 is that it's for the prosecution to prove these matters. And some of the obstacles to that will be clear to Your Honours already. They have not established chain of custody. They've not established whether the seized workstation belongs to the computer that we've seen in the photographs of the initial appearance, or in the photographs shown to Mr. Zarapi, or the computer in the White House at Divjaka, or the computer, as we heard yesterday, that was at some point in the Operations Directorate in the second building in Divjaka. If it is the same machine, it has not been proved how it got from Divjaka in 1998 to 1999 to Mr. Krasnici's house in November of 2020. It has not been shown how many people had access to the workstation between 1999 and November 2020, or whether Mr. Krasnici used the workstation at all during that period. It hasn't been proved whether the electronic documents actually ever left the workstation in 1998 or 1999, or whether they remained incomplete drafts. It hasn't been proved when the electronic documents were typed or created. No inference in our submission can be drawn about authorship or knowledge. The evidence is that a range of people had access to each computer, so that it cannot be proved that any particular person typed or indeed read any document from the workstation, or had knowledge of its existence at any time before the computer was seized, it not being a functioning computer, as we know in November of 2020. So, as to the standing objection is that the prosecution has not proved that the documents are reliable or authentic. Several documents have been put to witnesses in this trial as documents seized from Jakub Krasnici without specifying they were electronic documents from the workstation. Witnesses like the present witness have testified that it was the first time that they had seen the documents, and in our standing objections, such answers do not sufficiently authenticate the documents. Our position is to put the prosecution to strict proof on all of these matters. The burden rests squarely on their shoulders to establish all of these facts before any weight can be placed on any of these documents. As to the factual issues that we've explored in cross-examination, if the prosecution is prepared to concede that no inferences can be drawn about authorship or knowledge from the fact that documents were found on the workstation, or if the trial panel confirms that no such inference can be drawn, then of course we can move more rapidly onto other issues in cross-examination. But whilst it remains a live issue, we'll continue to explore those in cross-examination, Your Honours.
Thank you very much. If the prosecution wishes to respond, perhaps it would be best to do that on Monday prior to the beginning of our proceedings.
Yes, I can do so briefly now, or I can do so on Monday, whichever you prefer. So certainly the fact that certain items were found in Mr. Krasnici's possession, and indeed in what appears to have been a contemporaneously used device, we say is relevant, adds to their probative value and is relevant to the knowledge of the accused. However, this is usually just one factor amongst many others, including, for example, the relationship between items found on the workstation and items found in hard copy in Mr. Krasnici's possession, Mr. Krasnici's prior admissions of authorship of certain items, and the testimony from witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you may bring the witness in. I'm sorry, any questions from anybody about this?
Jesse.
Good morning.
Let me remind you once again to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. And I remind you once again that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that as advised last week, you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer, and that if such a question arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. Ms. Alejandra has more questions for you. We please ask you to give them your attention, give her your attention.
Your Honour, very briefly, one transcript correction, if I may. Page 3, line 22, it currently says do sufficiently authenticate. I hope I said do not sufficiently authenticate.
Fine, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Zarapi.
Jesse.
Good morning.
I'd like to now ask you some questions on the operational directorate. Yesterday you told us, Mr. Zarapi, that Saliviseli and Naimuluku were at the operational directorate, yes?
Po.
Yes.
officer, a colleague of yours in the military academy and in the JNA, correct?
Po,
Yes.
The operational directorate, that be correct?
po saktë.
Yes, correct.
Maloku is also a former military officer, and he was part of the operational directorate until he went back to Dukajin zone in late January 1999. Is that right?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
And we've mentioned Safet Shula yesterday, who was also in the same building as you mentioned. Now, he also attended the military academy and was
Po.
a former JN.
Yes, correct.
And in your preparation session last week, and this is point 39 of Prep Note 2, you told the prosecution that for the operational directorate, you were looking for people who had different skill sets within the military and had sufficient experience to join the directorate. You remember saying that?
Po saktë.
Yes, that's right.
Now, it's true, isn't it, that you needed people with military background and expertise to be able to carry out the functions and responsibilities of the operational directorate.
Po saktë.
That's correct, yes.
I'd like to now move to the tasks of the operational directorate. At part 7, page 8 of your interview in 2019, you have said that the tasks of the operational directorate included military attacks, defense lines, preparations, trainings, exercises, and the professional improvement of the army. Is that accurate?
Po saktë.
Yes, it is.
And in addition to those responsibilities, you've also said that the duties of the operational directorate were the reorganization of the army and its structure. Is that correct?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
Now focused on 2 points, that's attack and defense. Now that's strictly a military task, isn't it?
Po.
Yes.
Was trying to coordinate its efforts of the KLA soldiers to expand the areas controlled by the KLA, defend its positions, and defend the civilian population from the attacks of the Serbian forces. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes, those tasks were included too.
And you'd agree with me that this task required considerable knowledge of military tactics and strategy. Yes?
Po saktë.
Correct, yes.
Coming to preparations, that involved not only training the army, but also a degree of logistics. Is that correct?
Po, përveç se
Yes. In addition to the training of the foot soldiers and their superiors, logistics plays a part too. Logistics is what you need to have there. However, the operations directorate is not directly in charge of logistics.
Preparations would include ensuring a regular supply of weapons, uniforms, and other military equipment, doesn't it?
Kjo është në
That is part of the planning that the Operations Directorate is concerned with, while these things are dealt with by the Logistics Department.
And to assess what weapons are needed for a certain operation and whether the KLA soldiers were properly equipped or not, you'd agree with me that one must have the expertise in military tactics, correct?
po e sakt.
Yes, correct.
Now, you've mentioned the professional improvement of the Army and its structure as falling into the responsibilities of the Operational Directorate. When you joined the General Staff, you were an officer for the development and professionalization of the KLA within the Operational Directorate. Is that correct?
Po e sakt.
Yes, correct.
And it was important for the KLA to have professionals in its ranks to help them organize? Yes?
Po.
Yes.
And former officers, and you in particular, were appreciated and valued in the KLA. Isn't that right?
Po.
Yes.
And I know you've said in your preparation session that you, was it in the preparation session or in the statement? You've told us before that you have not read the book of Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, The Great Turn. You recall saying that, yes. But just,
Yes,
Wait.
just a second. You have to answer yes or no.
Po presidenti ta përfundon për më përgjigje.
I was waiting for the question to finish before giving my answer. The answer is no, I haven't read it.
yes. I'd just like to read a passage from the book, and this is at U0158831. He says, "This was done after the arrival of Agim Chela and Bislim Zerapi, both of whom made invaluable contributions to the establishment of regular formations of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Your contributions were invaluable, weren't they, Mr. Zerapi?"
Po, aq sa kemi.
Yes, to the best of our ability for the time we're referring to.
Right. If I can now have on the screen SBOE 00226468. Has this already been made as an exhibit? I'll need you on screen. Yes, we have the document on the screen. Now, you were shown this document yesterday by Mr. Roberts. Do you recall?
Po.
Yes, I do recall.
And these appear to be minutes of a meeting dated the 5th of January, 1999. Correct?
Po Po, saktë.
That's correct.
5th of January 1999, these directorates were not operational. Is that correct?
Më falni, cila drejtori?
Which directorate, forgive me, are you talking about? Because I need to be accurate on it.
Of the page, the minutes read, Logistics Directorate should start operating, and Logistics Directorate Chief should be appointed. Do you see that? The LD Chief should be appointed.
Po, shik.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
That it reads Finance Directorate Chief and Deputy should be appointed. Correct?
Po.
Yes, I can read it.
Then just below that, it says Public Information Directorate Chief and Deputy should be appointed. Yes?
Po.
5th of January 1999, at least 3 directorates still had no chief or deputy or staff. Would that be correct?
Nuk është ashtu.
Not entirely. It is true that the logistics department did not have one. Not only at the time this meeting was held, but later too, whilst the finance department did have a director, Ibrahimi, and he had been serving there since 1998. I don't know who took over later. On the public information, that is true, and I think that Berat Luja had been appointed to serve as director of this department at this point in time. Until then, it had been vacant.
If you go just below that, it reads Operations Directorate should have more staff. It's true, isn't it, that the directorate was not properly staffed as at the 5th of January 1999?
Po, saktë.
Correct, yes.
To page SPOE 0026226 470, please. It's of the same document. Do we have it on this one? Now, these appear to be the minutes of a meeting on the 14th of January. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
It's the restructuring exercise in November 1998.
Po, saktë.
Correct, yes.
Since the previous meeting of 5th January 1999. Correct?
Po.
Yes.
Again, at number 2, we see work of directorates and staffing with personnel. Do you see that?
Po. Po.
Yes, I do.
And below that, there is another point 2, another number 2, and it reads, Information Service Directorate should be staffed urgently and the information network should be extended. correct?
Po lexoj.
Yes, I can read it.
My apologies for crossing. So over 2 months after the reorganization efforts of the general staff, there were still directorates with no chief. That's what it suggests here. Do you agree?
Poi tono
Yes, I agree in respect of this directorate, because Soti Veseli was not in the country and there was no one inside to be able to handle matters related to this directorate. That is accurate, yes.
And if we can move to the next bullet point on personnel directorate. It says the personnel directorate should cooperate with other directorates, especially the ISD. There is not sufficient evidence about staffing. The directorate should get the proper personnel immediately. Do you see that?
po.
Yes, but generally speaking, the directorates were never fully fully staffed. The general staff has done its best, and we did what we could, and with the available staff under the circumstances.
Right. I think we can do. I now move to. Have these been tendered? Your Honor, I seek to tender these 2 documents.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honour. I believe part of this range, 477 to 479, has already been admitted as 1D00167.
We can have them admitted to the same exhibit number, Your Honor. We can have them admitted to the same exhibit number, if that's convenient.
SPOE 00226468. Madam Prosecutor, are you saying 26477?
I believe counsel was just tendering the
The
2
2 pages.
pages that she used, and there are 3 pages of this entire range which have previously been admitted under.
These will, just for clarity's sake, they will have separate exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
So SPOE 00226468 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. To clarify, my understanding is that we are admitting pages SPOE 00226468 and SPOE 00.
Just an exhibit number for the first one.
Separate exhibit numbers, I believe. That's my understanding.
Thank you, Your Honors. If my understanding is well, we have shown 2 pages of the SPO 00226468 to SPO 00226480, which is the range, full range, and we have shown the pages 68 and 70. Should we admit the full range or only these 2 pages?
We're seeking admission of only these 2 pages, and if they be given separate exhibit numbers, please.
There's 2 documents that she mentioned. One of them is now you're saying it's 2 pages, correct? The first one, the one I just read, is 2 pages. Yes, we will admit both 2 pages. And then SDOE 00226470.
That's 4% that was already admitted by the... Thank you, Your Honors. The SPOE 00226468 and the SPOE 00226470, with both English and Albanian, will be admitted as assigned exhibit number 4D00068 and it's classified currently as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
I'd like to now move on to the General Staff Directorates that you've spoken about, Mr. Zarapi. Now, at Part 7, page 9 to 10 of your interview in 2019, you've said that the General Staff Directorates reported at the General Staff meetings to the Deputy Commander, Jakub Krasniqi, and through him to the General Commander. Do you recall saying that?
Po.
Yes.
You agree with me that in the few meetings the General Staff held with the directorates, the reporting was only about the incomplete structure of the directorates and requests for personnel. Would that be correct?
Pak takime që kemi pas shtabit.
In the few meetings the staff had, those meetings were for the staffing issues, financial requests, problems with infrastructure, these sort of issues.
So you'll agree with me that they were not functional enough to provide reports on other issues.
Po, ishin to problemet në atë kohë.
Yes, these were the problems we had at the time.
And Mr. Zarapi, you've told us that you worked on improving the structure of the KLA because you had the professional military experience, and that included managing the directorates as well, didn't it?
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
That also meant receiving reports on their level of readiness and functionality, and to intervene when necessary. Would that be correct?
Po.
Yes.
In a regular army, Mr. Zarapi, to put it very simply, the directorates would report to the Chief of Staff, don't they?
Në marrë prej sistemit të
It depends on the system of organization. When you report only to the Chief of Staff, that is a system that has only a Chief of Staff, no overall commander. That is when you directly report to the Chief of Staff or its deputy. However, in our case, we had a different organization. We had the commander, the deputy commander. The reports always went to the commander and his deputy during the meetings and depending on the situation.
Right. In the KLA, however, the reporting was more of an informal nature, wasn't it? Not as an ordinary army would. Would you agree with that?
Po, informimi zakonisht në
Informing at the time, as I've explained earlier, and as you can see from the meetings, were mainly on supply problems, procurement. In addition, of course, the aspect of staffing, training, and enabling lower units of these sectors to carry out their tasks. But we did not manage to complete all this work. We did, however, manage to prepare some of the sectors, but not all of them.
if we can have on screen P00621, please. Your Honor, just to note that on the provisional transcript yesterday, I noticed it was P261 was being reflected, but it should have been 621 when Mr. Roberts addressed the document. Do we have it on the screen? You were shown this document yesterday by Mr. Roberts. Mrs. Rapi, do you recall that?
Po,
Yes?
You've told us yesterday that this is an order on the method of reporting before the General Staff and what the report should be based on. Correct?
po,
Yes?
The heads of directorates are instructed by this order to prepare their contribution in writing on a list of issues. Correct?
po saktë.
Yes, correct.
Issues that were to be discussed, and it was leadership and command, morale, improvement, logistics, defense, and security. These are all operational issues, am I correct?
Gjitha janë
Of course, operations includes these aspects, but this goes to all other aspects.
Now, looking at the bottom of the document, we see the initials SV to the left. Would that be a reference to Sali Veseli?
po shumë saktë.
Yes, correct. Sali Veseli and Shqipe Ahmeti,
Yes.
Inicialet.
the initials.
Po, është e saktë.
Yes, that's correct.
Would his initials appear on the left, Sali Veseli, SV, because he drafted that document?
Po, çdo herë që të në inicialet ai kush e ka
At every occasion, the person who drafted the document would have his or her initials on the document.
And the second initial, would that reflect the person who prepares the document? In this case, Shipa Ahmeti. So one person drafts it and another person types it?
Ja.
No?
Po qartë.
Yes.
And if we can have on screen P01408, please. You will recall being shown this document on the 2nd of July and again yesterday, Mr. Zrapi, yes?
Posakt.
Yes, correct.
Of the meeting with the directorates on the 29th of December 1998. Correct?
Po.
Yes, correct.
If I could once again refer you to the list of attendees. Present at the meeting were Bism Zarapi, Adam Grabotsi, Fatmi Lima, Berat Luja, Rambuya, and Sali Vaseli. Now, you'll confirm that Jakub Krasnici's name does not appear on that list of attendees, yes?
Posakt.
Yes, correct. He was not present at this meeting.
Now, just below that, the meeting notes say that the meeting was chaired by Mr. Bism Zarapi, who spoke about the leadership and command structure. Now, you summoned this informal meeting and chaired it to discuss the roles and features of each directorate. Would that be correct?
Yes, this meeting was convened to explain the work, the organization, and the activities of the directorates to the lower levels, starting from the operational zone level and below.
Yes, instructing them on how to act and what was expected of them. Yes?
What is expected from them and how they should help the sectors below them to develop further in the operational zone. This was what the meeting was about at the time.
I'd like to now refer you to your evidence in the Sanovich case at the ICTY in November 2006. And for the reference, it is P1356, page 6268, lines 1 to 4. Do you recall testifying in that case about the role and functions of the Chief of Staff, Mr. Zrapi?
Yes?
Page 6268 on the screen, please. It's a short passage. I could read it to you in the meantime. You were asked to describe the role of the Chief of Staff, and your evidence is the function of the Chief of Staff was to manage and lead the General Staff and the directorates within the General Staff. Would that be accurate?
The directorates within the General Staff.
That's what it says. I'm going to move on to the appointments, Mr. Zarapi. Yes. You'll agree with me that it was important to get the best people in the right positions. Correct?
I agree, yes.
Visited the local staffs in the spring and summer of 1998. You've said at part 2, page 11 of your 2019 interview that one of your first tasks included making proposals for appointments. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
And when you became the Chief of Staff, you continued to make sure that the positions at zone and brigade levels were filled in. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
Do we need to call this off? You were shown P1385 by the prosecution. If we could have that on the screen, please. Yeah, and if we could scroll down, please. Right. Now we can see here that by the 11th of July 1998, Sali Viseli was the Chief of Operations in Dukajin, correct?
Po. Što?
Yes, correct.
If I could now have P1384 on the screen, please. For your information, Mr. Zarapi, this is a document that has been printed from a workstation by the prosecution, just for your information, so you know the background of the document. Now, looking at this document, you would not know who prepared this document. Is that correct?
Po. Nu kuntet.
Correct. I wouldn't know because it's not completed. It doesn't have a protocol number, doesn't have a date, doesn't have a signature and initials who prepared it.
And you would not know if this document was ever printed, signed, and sent out in July of 1998. Is that correct?
Po. Kështu është tukë.
Correct, considering the date you mentioned, 24th July. At the time, we were involved in severe fighting in the territory of Rahovec. And during that time, it was impossible for us to prepare these kinds of documents. At least I'm speaking on my behalf and on behalf of members of the General Staff.
So it would be correct, looking at this document, to say then, based on your answer, that there was no General Staff meeting on the 24th of July 1998, to the best of your recollection.
Mos më mend këto ditë.
To the best of my recollection, These were days when we were involved in fighting. It wasn't possible to hold meetings with agendas and reporting.
And the Battle of Lapushnik was also ongoing at the time, wasn't it?
Jó, Natkovic Café Lut.
No, at the time, the battle had already started, the fightings. I and Reja went to Lapushnik to assist the units there, and we stayed there. I cannot remember the exact days, whether it was 24th or 25th, but it was within this period. Once the fighting in Rahovec ended, that's when the battle in Lapushnik started. So we had to interrupt all our activities and go and help in Lapushnik.
So, okay. But you'd agree with me that looking at the date on this document, or the meeting date that's suggested on the document, it is at least 2 weeks after Saliviselli was already carrying out his duties as Chief of Operations in Dukajin. Yes?
Yes, correct. I explained that during my visit in Dugajin at the time, he was already holding that position of Chief of Staff of the operational zone staff at the time, and we went to inspect the area together.
Right. So, if I understand you correctly, these appointments came from the zones, they were made by the zones, and if at all there was any formalization of it by the general staff, it was purely a formalization exercise. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's how it was at the time.
Now, by mid-November 1998, the Personnel Directorate, headed by Adam Grabotse, was created, at least on paper, correct?
Correct. From November, with the restructuring, the Personnel Directorate began to be formed. But up until then, there wasn't any.
Again, so that was the creation of it. It was not fully functional at the time. It was a one-man directorate, wasn't it?
Yes, correct. I've mentioned and explained this earlier, that the Personnel Directorate began to be formed in November. There was one person, and depending on how many staff were available to complete the staffing of this director, that's how it evolved later. And this goes to all other directorates.
So appointments at brigade and zone levels at the time were still done by the zones. We're talking about the mid-November period. Correct?
Yes, correct.
And would you agree with me that it was important to have military expertise, someone like yourself, to assess whether a person was fit for specific military positions?
It is true to assess persons at commanding posts. To have someone who will lead a sector, you would have to assess his abilities, military abilities and experience, you need people who are able to lead and command such sectors.
Mr. President, I'm sorry to interrupt. There just seems to be a translation error on the document in English that I wanted to just put on the record. I don't know if it's relevant or not, but the header in the top left has a word in the third line down that does not appear to, in the original document. So I don't want to speak in front of the witness, but the third line down in the header doesn't appear in the original. If it, to the extent it's relevant, I just wanted to put on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
And once Adam Grabotsi was appointed in November 1998, was it the case that his role was to receive information or recommendations from the zones, coordinate with you, and then send them back to the zones? Would that be correct?
Drejtoria e personelit është
The Personnel Directorate, which also is in charge of human resources, collects information from the zones, from the staff, from other directors as well, mostly from the intelligence directorate, because you have to know who will be in commanding position, whether such a post and responsibility can be given to a person, to see whether that person is fit for the post. However, we could not do all of this at the time, since the directors were not fully staffed. They lacked the resources to carry out all this work. And the zone commanders and the brigade commanders would then propose people for assignment who could be then appointed to such positions.
Right. Your Honor, I note the time. Are we taking a 10-minute break?
But please use the balance of the time till 10.
Right. Now, if I could have on the screen document 12005, please. I believe there's no English translation of this document, but we can put the Albanian version. Right. Mrs. Rapi, you'll see on the left, upper left corner of the document, the date, the 13th of December, 1998.
po shikoj.
Yes, I can see it.
Be a written appointment signed by the Dukajin Zone Commander, Ramesh Haradinai. Please, if you can scroll down, please. Appointing Malik Rechai as 132 Brigade Commander, correct?
Po, simbasi.
Correct, according to the document.
U0003635 on the screen, please.
May I kindly ask Madam Counsel to indicate the full year-end range? Thank you so much.
U0003635. And if you can scroll down to the signature, please.
It's time for the break now. We'll give you, Mr. Zarapi, we'll give you a 10-minute break at this time. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
You seated? Please bring the witness in. Go ahead, Ms. Alejandra.
Thank you. So, just before the break, Mrs. Rapi, you saw the earlier document, and that was a document dated the 13th of December, yes?
Oh.
If you could scroll down.
Yes.
Right. This is another document from the Dukujin operational zone. And you'll agree with me that it's dated the 15th of January 1999. Yes?
Po.
Oh, we'll have to go up.
Yes.
And the signature block at the bottom of the page says 132nd Brigade Commander Malik Rechai. Do you see that with the signature?
Po je šel.
Yes, I do.
So it appears from this document and the document that you were shown earlier, dated the 13th of December, that Malik Rechai was appointed by the zone commander in December 1998 and was already performing his duties as at the date of this document, that's 15th of January 1999. Yes?
Sim bazi documente web.
Yes, from what you can see on the documents, yes. However, from what I know is not that he had been appointed in November. In fact, he had been in that post since June, July 1998, when the first brigades, the time when the first brigades were formed in the Dukajin area. So this order may have been issued of a repetitive nature, though it is, as part of the reorganization that happened in the KLA from November.
Yes. And if I could now have on the screen P1430, please. I believe that's the wrong document. Maybe I will read the ERN number. It's 00225-268. Right. You were shown this document on the 2nd of July by the prosecution, and your evidence is that you did not recall these appointments being made. Do you recall that evidence?
Sagt.
Yes, I do.
The document is dated the 4th of February 1999. Yes?
På med datum.
Yes, that's the date.
And your evidence on this was that this appointment could have been made by the Personnel Directorate. Do you recall that?
På.
Yes.
Scroll down, please. And on the left corner, at the bottom, we see the initials AG. That would be Adam Grabotzi, wouldn't it? The head of the Personnel Directorate.
På med initialer den.
Yes, from the initials, Adam Grabotzi, the chief of the personnel department.
And going by your earlier evidence, it would appear to have been typed or prepared by someone with the initials AM, looking at this document, correct?
På.
Yes.
Does this help you to recall if the person Ahmed Marina could have assisted Mr. Grabotzi to prepare this document?
Mund jet nuk mund.
It may. I can't remember though, but it could very well be.
Now, going to the content of the document, it appears to appoint two people in the Lukajin zone. That's Daud Hilmi Haradinai and Malik Richai. Yes?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct.
As the commander of 132 Brigade, according to this document.
Saktë.
Correct.
Point number 4 of the document says these appointments come into force immediately. Yes?
Po saktë.
Correct.
1999, and you've already told us he was already in that appointment or in that position from around July, did you say? Yes?
Po saktë.
Yes, correct. From July, when the first brigades were formed in this zone, and when this zone began taking shape militarily, 131, 132, 133, and these were serving as commanders from that time.
Which is dated nearly 7 months after, is a clear example of the General Staff just doing paperwork, isn't it? Just to have a formal written document for the purposes of an appointment, correct?
Po unë
I explained it briefly earlier that following the reorganization of the Kosovo Liberation Army, documents were rewritten on the brigade commanders that had already been in place. It is true that zone commanders do propose the brigade commanders for an appointment, which is then approved by the General Staff. It is very possible that this document was rewritten after that organization, recertifying these two commanders of these two units.
July 2024, your evidence is that such appointments were brigade level appointments were for the zone command to make. Am I correct?
po komandanti
The zone commanders would appoint positions downwards. When we refer to 1998, they made all the appointments. The staff had no role to play therein, as far as these positions are concerned, because the whole situation had not been regulated as such and remained so until the reorganization.
Right. If we could now have P01411 on the screen, please. Yes, before I move on to this document, Your Honours, I seek to tender the documents that have been shown to the witness. It would be starting with 112005. The next one would be U0003635. Yeah, these two documents. I believe the third one has already been marked as an exhibit. 1430.
Any objection?
We have no objection, and I think they can also be public.
Document 112005 is admitted. Please give it a P number.
We assign the exhibit number 40-00069, currently classified as confidential.
And then document 00225-268. is admitted. Assign a number, please.
Your Honor, if I may come back on that one, please.
All right, no problem.
And Your Honours, just for the record, I believe there was not an English translation of 112005, so someone may need to produce one.
All right.
And the second document, Your Honor, is U0003635. We seek admission.
Any objection to 3635? Madam Prosecutor, any objection to that?
Sorry, no objection, Your Honour.
U0003635 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. U0003635 to U000-3635 will be signed exhibit number 4D00070, and it's currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
All three of them can be reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
This is the one that we now need. If we could now have P1411 on the screen, please.
I believe that's already on the screen.
I believe it's a different document I'm asking for now. That's not the one on the screen. That's the previous document. You've been shown this document, Mr. Zarabi, on the 2nd of July. Do you recall that?
Po?
Yes.
1st of July, your evidence was that you had appealed for a number of experienced officers from the Dukajin zone to join the operational directorate. But only Nair Maloku responded to that appeal and came. Do you recall that evidence?
Po sagt.
Yes, correct.
Maloku then remained a member of your operational directorate in Divyak. Am I correct?
Po?
Yes.
In 19, at part 11, page 10, you told the SPO that Naimaloku was transferred back to the Dukajin zone upon a request by Ramosh Haradinai. Is that accurate?
Po sagt.
Correct, yes.
And Naimaloku was consulted and he himself agreed to move back to Dukajin, didn't he?
Po sagt.
Yes, correct.
As the head of operations, you agreed to this transfer, didn't you?
Po? Po?
Yes.
See on the screen now was another formalization exercise of an operational decision that had already been made. Am I correct? Between Ramosh Haradinai, Naim Maloku, and yourself.
Po, esatto.
Yes, correct.
And if we can scroll down to point 8, please. And here it says that the KLA General Staff Operations Department shall be in charge of its execution. Yes?
Po, esatto.
Yes, correct.
Left corner of this document, it has the initials AG, AM. Again, for the record, AG refers to Adam Grabotzi, doesn't it?
Po,
Yes.
This document as Head of Personnel Directorate. Yes?
po.
Yes.
If I could now have on the screen P1175, please. Right. If you can scroll to the bottom of the document, please. Mrs. Rapi, you were shown this document during your preparation session. Do you recall that?
Po,
Yes.
It says Pristina, 19 November 1998. The General Staff was not based in Pristina in November 1998, was it?
po, esatto.
Correct.
Last week, you were asked by Mr. Misetic about the appointment of Mr. De Bruyne in November 1998. And you stated that the decision to appoint Mr. De Bruyne was made by the General Commander Azam Sula. Do you recall that?
Po,
Yes.
And a document such as this, if it was signed by Mr. Krasniqi, he was only formalizing a decision already made by the General Commander. Am I correct?
po, esatto.
Yes, correct.
Excuse me for interrupting, Council, but the panel would like to see the entire English translation. There it is. Thank you.
Can I move on, Your Honors? Yes. Now, in your preparation session, Mrs. Rapi, you were shown 3 unsigned documents with your name on them, which appear to contain a series of appointments at zone and brigade level. Do you recall them? For the record, there are P00633, 635, and 637. I think he needs to see them. If you could call up P633 on the screen, please. As I mentioned earlier, you were shown 3 documents. This is one of them, and on all 3 occasions you said that you had refused to sign these documents because appointments within the zone command or a brigade command or at brigade or battalion level were the prerogative of the zone commander and were outside your responsibilities. Just so you know what your evidence has been on this. Yeah? Now, on 3rd of July, you were shown this document.
He did not respond.
And Your Honour, that was an incomplete summary as well.
Yes. Could you please restate your question and give him time to answer?
Right. Now, when you were shown a series of documents, one of which is the one on the screen at the moment, you said that you refused to sign these documents because the appointments within the zone command or at brigade or at battalion level were the prerogative of the zone commander and were outside your responsibilities, right?
Po saktë ashtu.
Yes, correct.
Now, this document appears to contain a series of appointments within the command of the Pastric zone and at brigade level, correct?
Jo, ky dokument
No, from what I can see here,
Go ahead, witness. Go ahead.
po, ky është dokument
it's a document which lists the entire zone command, all the sectors. This is not up to the chief of staff or the general commander. I have explained it clearly that the rules state that the commanders and their deputies are proposed by the zones and certified by the general commander. The procedure is very clear. It goes via the Directorate of Personnel, as we saw from the preceding documents. Whereas the appointments downwards the chain of command are done by the zone commander based on his needs.
If we could scroll down, please, to the signature block. And you did not sign this document, correct?
po saktë, po saktë.
Correct, I haven't.
Your evidence on this, Mrs. Rappi, was that battalion commanders and officers within the zones were not to be appointed by the commander or the chief of the general staff. They were appointed by zone commanders. Is that accurate?
Po saktë dhe shpjeguam.
Yes, it is accurate, and that is exactly what I explained earlier.
And the appointments at zone or brigade level fell outside the role and responsibilities of the command of the general staff, and that included the deputy commanders. Do you agree to that?
Jo, zëvendës komandant
The deputy commanders of the zones were proposed by the zone commanders, and the appointment was done at the general staff level. Whereas the others are neither proposed nor approved by the general staff. They are proposed and appointed by the zone commanders based on the range of responsibilities that they have. That is what it used to be like.
Thank you. Now, from November 1998, as part of your role as head of operations and then chief of staff, you continue to work with the zone commanders to improve the organization of the zones, correct?
Po,
Yes.
When you became the chief of staff in November 1998, in the restructuring of the general staff, contact with the zone commanders became more frequent. Your contact with the zone commanders became more frequent, didn't it?
mund të thuhet më të
We can say more frequent, not that frequent, and to be frank with you, depending on the situation on the ground. I may say here that we met the commanders over 3 or 4 times over this entire period.
And when circumstances allowed it, you issued orders to the zones to come to the Divyak for meetings and provide reports. Am I correct?
mund të thuhet janë bë thirrjet.
Yes, they were summoned to come to the staff headquarters. It was not in the form of an order.
Have on the screen, please, P615. Now, if you can scroll to the bottom so the witness can have a good view of the document, please. Right. Now, in the preparation session, you confirmed the accuracy of this document, Mrs. Rapi. Do you recall that?
Po,
Yes.
But the document we have in front of us is not signed, and for your information, it was a document that was printed from the workstation that the prosecution say they seized. Were you told of that at the time you were asked to speak on this document?
po.
Yes.
My question is, at the time the prosecution showed you this document, during the preparation session, were you informed that this document was printed from a workstation seized from Jakub Krasniqi? Were you informed of that during the preparation session?
Po që është
Yes, that had been taken from Jakub Krasniqi.
Not whether it had or it had not been taken from Mr. Krasniqi. Mrs. Rabi, my question is, did the prosecution inform you when they showed you this document during the preparation session that it was printed from a workstation?
Nu mă uit pe dice
I can't remember, but I know that it's where it had been taken from was explained to me.
Now, were you shown a signed copy of this document, Mr. Zrapi?
nu mă uit shumë dokumente
And quite a number of documents were shown to me, and I cannot recall them all.
Now, according to this document, you instructed the zone commanders to prepare a written report on a number of issues. And that included leadership and command, morale, training, mobilization, logistics, defense and security, and the military situation in the operational zones, including an analysis of enemy forces, KLA forces, and coordination with other zones. Do you see that?
Po,
Yes.
And at point 7 of the document, it appears that the zone commander is being informed that the reporting session would be followed by a written order for combat action. Do you see that?
po,
Yes, I do.
Bottom left of the document, the initials SV appear. Is it correct that Sali Veseli drafted this document, Mr. Zrapi?
po,
Yes.
Or who the initials of VG belong to?
probabilmente nu sunt kujtohen fare.
I cannot recall exactly. I cannot recall.
Right. But you'll agree with me that at the time, zone commanders were not always able to come to these meetings because of the situation on the ground.
Po, është saktë është.
Yes, that's right.
Now, if you could move into private session, Your Honors.
Your Honor, we're impacting public session. Thank you.
You may proceed.
If we can have on the screen P228, please. We can scroll down to the bottom of the document, please. The last page, please, for the signature. Yes. And you recall this document, Mr. Zarabi?
По-плюсишь.
Yes, I do fully.
You'll agree with me, it's a report signed by you on the basis of reports you had received from the zone commanders?
По-кьош не промли.
Yes, it's a summary of the reports submitted by the zone commanders. This summary was forwarded to the deputy commander.
Right, let's go through that document. You will see that it's divided into topics, leadership and command. Can we go up, please? So, the take the document from top down, please, now. I'll go through the questions with it. We start on the first page, please. Right. So we can see that it's divided into topics, Mrs. Rabi, yes? The first being leading and commanding. Yes?
По-сактост.
Yes, correct.
Combat morale.
По-кярт.
Then
Yes, correct.
training, mobilization, and matters of personnel. Logistics. It then moves down to defense and safety, combat situation. And we have proposals for the use of tactical and operational units for combat activities, and then requests from the KLA, General Staff. Yes?
По-сакт.
Yes, correct.
That the topics we see here fell within the roles and responsibilities of the operational directorate of the General Staff. Do you agree?
То бен пьест.
They are part and parcel of everyone's roles. This is a summary of a report submitted by the commanders regarding the situation in their own zones. This belongs to all, not just to the operational department. When they come to report, they report on everything, not only the operational preparedness and operations as such, but everything. Finance, personnel, everything.
Summarize the content of this report. It describes the lack of proper command, yes?
Påsagt, может.
Yes, correct.
Equipment? Yes?
Påsagt, может.
Yes, correct.
Level? Yes?
Påsagt, может.
Yes, correct. We have described it in detail, the issues of proper staffing, the resources and so on.
And that included the morale of the soldiers, improvements to training and readiness, lack of proper armament and weapons, defense lines issues, and issues concerning the number of enemy forces in the movements as opposed to the KLA forces. Yes?
Påkjart.
Yes, correct.
And
Counselor, it's time to take the morning break.
yes, Your Honor. If I can just finish my last sentence with the witness.
Go ahead.
And these are all issues, Mr. Zrabi, that require a certain degree of military tactics knowledge. Would you agree? The ones I've just read out to you.
Të gjitha këto janë probleme.
These are issues that are not confined to tactical and military matters, but matters of belong to the logistics, to finance, and so on. However, we are speaking here about military units, and the problematics are the same. Every single time we had reporting of this nature, similar issues were raised because the resources were not there, the resources being of a technical or human nature, and the discussion was on how to try to overcome these issues and move forward. That's all.
Witness, it is time for the morning break. We'll excuse you for a half hour.
Apologies. Your Honor, I believe that for this witness, the session ends now.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you'll be glad to know you get to leave after all. So thank you for being with us today. We'll see you on Monday. Have a good weekend. Ms. Alexander, can you give us an estimate of your time left?
Anticipate being another 2 hours, if I'm to say, 2.5 hours.
All right.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. Monday.
The other witness. Another witness. At 11:30. 11:30, the other one.
I thought they said he wasn't coming.
We do. Next week, we don't have a second witness. This afternoon, we have, apologies for the confusion, we do have another one today.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Emerson?
I'm just checking we're in private session.
Yes.
We are.
Please into private session, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
All right, I'll repeat just for the public session purposes. We will proceed with the evidence of prosecution witness W04501. He will be appearing by video link. As you can see, the screen is already set up. Madam Court Officer, you may bring the witness into the room.
Yes, for the record, as a notification, present our witness W04501 and myself, the court officer.
Thank you very much, Madam Court Officer. Good morning, witness. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Staff member at your location will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take. Please look at it and then read it out loud.
All right. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, witness. You can be seated now. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 3.5 hours. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Once they are finished, Victims' Counsel will ask questions of you, and then the defense also has the right to ask questions of you. In addition, members of the panel may also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. Victims' Counsel will take approximately 15 minutes for questions. The defense estimates that it will need around 2 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may also allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question, or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, make an indication, and an accommodation will be made. So we begin now with the questions from the prosecution, so please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. My name is Vega Iodice, and today I will be asking you questions on behalf of the SPO. As explained during our last meeting, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information into evidence. There are a number of procedural steps to follow in order to do so. Before turning to these, I will first establish your identity. And Your Honors, if we could please move into private session.
For the protection of the witness, please move into private session. Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Witness, you have given statements in the past, including to the SPO, and you were allowed to review your statement in preparation of your testimony. Today, we will seek to tender your statement into evidence. Could the court officer please bring up 068516 TRET Part 1 Red 2, not for public broadcast, and its Albanian translation. Sir, do you recall being interviewed by the SPO in 2019?
Yes.
Statement in your language 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
You had an opportunity to make corrections and clarifications to your statement.
Yes.
Those corrections were written down in a note and read back to you.
Yes.
What was read back to you in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately.
Yes.
We include all the corrections and clarifications you made. Is the information in your statement accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, whatever I stated in my statements is all contained in all the statements. And this is not the first statement that I've given.
Statement.
Yes, go ahead.
And one more thing. I did not give a statement which would be illegitimate or a statement forced. Somebody forced me to give a statement, or it was not a statement as a response to a call. I gave that statement because I wanted it to end up in a place where I can testify.
Thank you for that clarification.
This is one of the statements of 2019, for example.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, witness. And just going back to my question, is the information in your statement that you gave in 2019 as correct, and with the clarifications that we made 2 weeks ago, accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Whatever I stated in my statement, I stand by it legally and from a human point of view.
Thank you. If you were asked the same questions today about the same events, would your answers be the same?
Maybe I'm more emotional at this moment, but everything would be the same, yes.
Your Honours, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with Decision F02415, paragraph 19A and B, we hereby tender 068516 TR, ET, parts 1 through 4, read 2, and the Albanian translation, revised read 2, along with the preparation note, and that is ERN 121914 to 121921.
Any objection?
No objection, being those stated in our our written submissions. Thank you.
No other objection heard? Document 068516 TRET Part 1 through 4 RED 2 plus the Albanian translation and prep note ERN 121914 to 121921 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. The statement and the first part of the statement, which is 068516 TRET Part 1, read 2, will, in both English and Albanian, be assigned exhibit number P01441.1 and is classified as confidential. For the Part 2 of the same ERN, the assigned exhibit number will be P01441.2 for both Albanian and English version, classified as confidential. Part 3 of the same ERN for both languages will be P01441.3, classified as confidential, and for Part 4 of the same ERN in both Albanian and English will be the assigned exhibit number will be P01441.4. classified as confidential. As for the preparation note 1, which is 121914 to 121921, it will be assigned exhibit number P01442, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
There's 3 associated exhibits we would like to tender. It's ERN 068510 to 068512.
No objection.
ERN 068510 to 068512 is admitted. Please assign an exhibit number.
Thank you, Your Honors. Could I just get a clarification if we're talking about 3 different sketches, so 3 different exhibit numbers should be assigned, or one will suffice?
The one exhibit number is sufficient and it should be confidential.
Thank you. In that case, 06850 to 068512 will be assigned the exhibit number P01443, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, with your leave, I would like to read a short public summary.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. In 1998, WO4501 was arrested by KLA soldiers and taken to a KLA headquarters. Other relatives were also arrested. WO4501 was detained and heard the sounds of beatings and questioning coming from outside his room. WO4501 was questioned by KLA members before being released. Your Honor, my supplemental questions concern details that would be identifying, so I'd like to move into private session.
Back to private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are back in public session. Thank you.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in.
Your Honour.
Oh.
Just very briefly, just a matter of clarification. Sorry.
Okay.
Just for clarity of record, on page 72 of today's transcript, it relates to the exhibit P00709. It may just have been a mistake, but it says, it records you as saying, the document is sufficient under Rule 154 and 138. It is not a statement. I presume it's admitted only under 138 and not also under Rule 154.
Mr. President, we didn't get your answer on the transcript, so.
Yes.
I think.
Witness, we will proceed now with cross-examination. We begin with the defense team for Mr. Thaçi. Ms. Manigal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we go in private session for the protection of the witness, please?
Into private session, please.
Your Honor, we in public session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These questions are for the Krasniqi defence also. This is not to be answered today. It's just for you to reflect on over the weekend, and I'd invite you to answer on Monday if you wish. 2 points have arisen in the course of the cross-examination of Mr. Zarapi. First, we've seen a number of documents that appear to bear the signature of Jakub Krasniqi. It appears that the Krasniqi defence is contesting the authenticity of that signature on some documents, but it is not contesting the authenticity of Mr. Krasniqi's signature on other documents. Now, is that a correct understanding of the position? And if it is correct, what distinguishes signatures that appear to be of Mr. Krasniqi, whose authenticity you dispute, from signatures by him where you do not dispute the authenticity? As I said, there's no need to answer now, but you're welcome to do so.
I'll take Your Honours up on that. I'll respond to you on Monday.
That's fine. Second point concerns intercepts, and I'll keep it general so that we can stay in open session. It appears that you are generally contesting the authenticity of intercepts, but you are also relying on at least one of those intercepts for the truth of the matters discussed in the intercepted conversation. So my question is this. Is this a correct understanding of your position? And if it is, do you consider that at least some of the intercepts are reliable records of the underlying conversations?
I'll also respond to that on Monday.
Very well.
Would Your Honours like that in writing?
As you wish, orally or in writing.
Thank you.
Unless I'm once again mistaken, that's everything. So we will break until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. We're adjourned until then.
All rise.